Hi, Quentin. Yeah.
Good evening. I'd like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting has been duly called, and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, and 082. The time is 6 p.m.
Please keep talking.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry about the delay. We will now reconvene into open session. The time is 7:21. Will you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Well, welcome to October. Yay. I need a motion to consider items discussed in closed session. Anybody?
Ms. Kyer, I move that all personnel recommendations be approved as presented by administration.
I have a motion, Ms. Duke. Second, Ms. Sheffield. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That is unanimous. I need a motion on Level 3 employee grievance.
Ms. Kyer, I move that to affirm the Level 2 administration decision.
I have a motion, Ms. Duke. I need a second. Second, Ms. Sheffield. Any discussion? Mr. McDaniel?
Yes, I just appreciate the attitude and the professionalism of the appellee, and just want them to understand that we appreciate their position and how they've gone about in handling this.
Okay, thank you,
Been
sir.
very professional.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is unanimous, Ms. Arnold. Moving on to awards, recognitions, and presentations. Dr. Rogers, Texas School Nurses Organization.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Kyer, Board, we are very fortunate tonight to have a house full of school nurses. If you're a school nurse working one of our campuses, would you please stand?
There you go.
They do an incredible job serving our 52,000 plus students every day. I'm fortunate to welcome Carol Ballman, who is the Health Services Coordinator, and Paula Kershaw, who is the nurse at Lily Jackson, for a presentation. So, Carol?
We want to thank Dr. Waddell and the Board of Trustees and Dr. Rogers for letting us come tonight. As a registered nurse, it's both a privilege and an honor to serve the students and the families and the community of Lewisville ISD. Health Services has a history of selecting health service directors who are innovative, dynamic, and caring. Melanie Vincelette fits that mold. She began her LASD career in 2001, became Director of Health Services in 2010. Since being promoted to Director, Melanie is constantly working on new projects, her nurses know that, and setting goals to improve health services. However, her top priority never changes, the health and safety of over 50,000 students. This aligns perfectly with LISD's strategic design goal of providing all learners with a safe, nurturing, inclusive, and flexible learning environment.
Melanie utilizes a shared model of management which involves all level of health service staff in the decision-making process. She seeks input and ideas while also providing guidance and leadership. As a director, Melanie has elevated health services to an integral part of the Lewisville Independent School District team. It is for those reasons that out of 1,000 school districts, the Texas School Nurse Organization chose Melanie Vincelette as their School Nurse Administrator of the Year. She will be honored by her peers and presented with an award at the state conference in November. Congratulations, Melanie! Woo!
Well, I'd just like to thank not only my family, but my health services family. Thank you, guys. Because without them, if you only knew what it took to get this nomination in, oh my goodness. So with their dedication and Mr. Ellington's support, it was a phenomenal attempt, and I'm just so glad I could represent. Thank you.
You guys want to come up and have a picture with her? Come on up.
And,
All the nurses, you come on up, come on.
Melanie, why don't you recognize your family?
No, we want all the nurses.
Keep coming,
Come on, all the
keep
nurses,
coming.
come on up.
My husband, Ray Vincelette, well, you know his name, my son, Connor, and my daughter, Kelsey.
Now,
come
all
on
the
up.
nurses, please
Come
come
on,
on
come
up
on,
here.
come
We
on.
want you to have a picture taken with Melanie. Come on. This award's yours, too. Come on.
While they're walking up here, we should say to the audience that we do have the best nurses in the state of Texas. So thank you all for what you do for us.
And I'd like to say, I remember Melanie showing her ability to organize during the great flucation that we had. That's where she showed her mettle. Okay, moving on. Congratulations. Moving on, Texas Counseling Association, Texas Counseling Supervisor of the Year, Dr. Rogers.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Kyer, Board. Happy to announce we have 2 award winners in the Operations Division. So wanted to recognize Jill Adams, who is an outstanding counselor at Lamar Middle School, to do the presentation.
Board. Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Gail Adahoff is truly an inspiration to all the counselors in the district. I just want to read a little bit of her nomination to express how amazing she is at what she does. She's allowed us to maintain the integrity of the school counselor role while mentoring us into our full potential as counselors. She effectively provides resources, training, and guidance as needed to allow us to serve all of our students, staff, and community. We are so fortunate in our district to have an advocate with her work ethic, her integrity, and her knowledge. The TCA judges selected Gail for her professionalism and enduring advocacy for school counseling. During her 13 years in guidance and counseling and 34 years in education, she's assisted numerous students in their academic, personal, and career growth to ensure they have thriving and productive lives. She truly inspires us in the district. She supports us. I know that as a counselor and with administrators as well, that she is definitely someone we feel confident will always be there for us and will walk us through any type of crisis situation, and is just fantastic. So thank you so much, Gail.
I'm going to have to echo Melanie's sentiment that without a great group of counselors under me, there's just no way that I could have gotten this award and even accomplished half the things that we get done in the district. So I do appreciate their support, and they let me know when I do something wrong and call me to task. So I do appreciate their support and thank them for being here. And my husband is here, Niles Ladahoff. Stand. And then I've got some counselors here too, if you guys will stand also.
So if the counselors would come up, and I will tell you the rest of them are at work still doing schedule changes.
Yes.
Wonderful. Congratulations, Gail. Moving on to Texas Education Human Resource Professional Day. Dr. Haynes.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Waddell. This is the annual recognition of human resources, and it is a perfect time to recognize the staff of human resources because we were able to make sure that we had highly qualified, certified teachers in all of our classrooms for the first day of school for all of our children, and that is a huge feat in and of itself. So they're just now recovering from the paperwork and getting everybody settled in, and October is our official month for recognizing human resources. Before you, and I believe Ms. Sheffield, has a resolution that she would like to read into the record, please.
Whereas the Human Resources Division is instrumental in recruiting, selecting, resourcing, and retaining quality staff in support of providing an excellent education for all students, and whereas Human Resources plays a key role in fostering satisfaction and loyalty among employees by allowing for professional growth and development and keeping employees informed about policies, working conditions, compensation, and benefits, and whereas Human Resources monitors and manages current and future workforce trends, organizational culture, legal and legislative trends, and ethical and social responsibility, and whereas Human Resources is an important part of district leadership and is vital to the overall productivity and efficiency of the district's workforce, and whereas Human Resources is a valued and respected department that sustains the district's most important asset, its people. Therefore, the Board of Trustees of the Lewisville Independent School District does hereby resolve that October 9th, 2013, should that be October 7th?
No, I'm sorry, forgive me. Resolved that October 9th, 2013 will be observed as Texas Education Human Resources Day throughout the district. The board also encourages students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our human resources team members for their dedication and commitment to Lewisville ISD employees and students.
Thank you, Ms. Sheffield, and I would also like to let you know that in honor of this day, the entire Human Resources Department, within the guidelines of taking lunch, will all be eating lunch together to celebrate our successes this year. So thank you, Board, for acknowledging and recognizing all the hard work of our Human Resources Department. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to hear requests to address the board. Persons desiring to address the Board of Trustees must fill out a speaker's card prior to the meeting. I have 3. No presentation shall exceed 3 minutes. The board cannot deliberate on any subject that is not included on the agenda. So, we do have a handy-dandy clock that's up there, you see. And so please, when you're speaking, keep an eye on the clock so that you don't have to get the gavel. You don't want the gavel. I haven't used it yet, but moving on. So the first card I have is Billie Jean.
My name is Billie Jean, and I'm a parent of a LISD student. LISD is one of the few independent school districts that monitor and filter your iPads while you're off school district network. However, the last about a week, Apple sent out an update that has put a glitch in that system and kind of made LISD kind of blind to who's surfing what while off the school internet. I'm pretty upset that I did not get reached out to in a timely manner to let me know that I need to monitor my child's internet activity at home. I felt warm and fuzzy that since LISD does, in fact, filter off-network Wi-Fi's, that my child was protected until I gathered her iPad and started sifting through it and found that there was an app that normally would be blocked, and it is blocked on the iPad. However, you can still download it on the iPad via the iPhone app. I found a girl getting menaced by the rest of them. The other girls were asking her to commit suicide. And I decided then that I would find out what else my child can get onto on the iPad. I did get a chance to meet with Barbara Brown, and me and her did, with a couple other representatives, work out how they planned on fixing this, and I do thank you for your time. I really appreciate that. However, in the future, when a glitch like this does come out, please don't wait a minute. Let the parents know that their child is at risk on surfing the internet while at home. Let them know that they are not protected. I had no idea, and I'm sure Carol and Mr. Waddell, I believe y'all were on a couple of my email chains, that I was able to pull up some very explicit sites. I was able to find out how to make crack cocaine. I was able to find out how to make methamphetamines, all stuff that normally would have been blocked. However, right now, it's not blocked. And I just now got a reach out from the LISD within the last 2 hours, but it's been a known fact for about a week now. So in the future, if I could just please ask you to reach out to parents a little more, a little more aggressively, so that we know that our children are in fact safe. And again, I appreciate you, Ms. Brown, for taking the time and working with me. And I feel like all my concerns were met with the board and with Ms. Brown here. But it's the future glitches like this that we need to make sure that the parents are aware of it. I had no idea, and I guarantee not many parents in here do either. They don't know that you can, in fact, search X-rated sites or inappropriate material. So I do appreciate it. Thank you for letting me speak here, and I'm right on time. Look at that.
Pretty good. Thank you, ma'am. The next card I have is Carol Baugh. Oh, there you are.
I'm Carol Baugh, the parent of a middle school student, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am concerned about the level of emphasis on project-based learning, or PBL. In tonight's public items, the District Improvement Plan lists action steps under Strategic Design Goal 2 that call for developing robust understanding about and implementation of project problem-based learning for grades pre-K through 12. I have spent some time this week researching PBL implementations. I've talked to some college professors that use it in a university setting. Universities have used it very extensively in the areas of medicine and social work because these are fields where students can take real-life problems and use interdisciplinary resources to craft solutions. Effective PBL requires students to be motivated internally to seek solutions, and the theory is that this intrinsic motivation results in greater retention of the information learned and applied. Although this sounds good on paper, I do question whether children as young as pre-K have the maturity, social skills, and focus to really effectively implement these concepts, and I question whether our current applications are really realizing PBL's potential benefits. This fall, I've seen PBL used for a group exam component in an AP history class for 40% of the grade. One of the students in the class said that she didn't care for the format because, quote, it allowed those students who hadn't prepared to get to take advantage of the knowledge of the others in the group, and it caused her to second guess the answers that she had already decided on and written down. In another application, students had a fairly short time frame from a group project that involved researching and comparing schools. They were required to provide comparisons and metrics for criteria that came from disparate sources and really didn't have anything to do with the course subject matter. The students didn't feel motivated. They felt under the gun to complete the assignment. There was no desire for further investigation, simply a desire to finish by the deadline. PBL assumes that everyone in the group is a motivated learner, something that's probably more true at the university level than at middle school and lower grades. Although I agree that PBL can be a valuable tool in the teacher's tool chest, I feel it is a tool that should be used judiciously. By requiring all grades to, quote, develop robust understanding and implementation of PBL, I am concerned that the implementation will turn into form over substance and will not result in authentic learning. I hope that we can evaluate the appropriateness of PBL for a given grade level and subject prior to deployment. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. And the last one I have is Ernie Magnotti.
Good day. I'm waiting for the clock to start. Am I good to go? Good day, Dr. Waddell, esteemed LISD trustees, and senior leadership. Tonight, I'm here to address the board to discuss the deficiencies observed in the IT service management of 1 to X and offer a strategy for improving these services. In the world of information technology, there is a recurring lesson where an institution adopts a strategy involving a big new IT service, resulting in the underestimated burdens added to the IT department without the proportional staffing, staff experience, or infrastructure. This recurring lesson is a specific source of my concern. The management of the internet outage on September 10th reinforced my concerns about LISD's readiness for 1 to X. On that day, students were left stranded, wondering when services would be restored so that they could complete their homework assignments. There was no process in place for communicating recovery expectations of the LISD online services, and no process for advising students that their homework would not be due on the 11th. As the year continues, teachers are experiencing ongoing network and software problems that are obstructing the progress of 1 to X and interrupting teachers and students in the classroom. Teachers and students are sharing their frustrations informally with parents. However, 1 to X communications from the LISD are mainly small-scale, feel-good success stories. When I've seen communications providing problem information, the communication seems to have a common thread of blaming the vendor. There's an iOS 7 problem that should be considered severe. Instead, the problem is being undercommunicated. The problem involves missing security settings when students access the internet from home. LISD should be communicating clearly and loudly the nature of this problem to students and parents so they can more closely monitor at home. LISD should also be encouraging that iPads that have not been upgraded to wait for the upgrade If the iPad has been upgraded and the security settings are not working, LISD should have aggressively reimaged and have a process in place to fix that iPad. And make sure you get your backup done as well, because your kids' data will be destroyed if they've been doing homework on it already. Parents need to know the specific status of this problem, the scale, and the expected resolution time. The risk to the student and the district cannot be understated. LISD cannot blame Apple for under-communicating a known high-risk problem to parents and students. The following is a strategy to help LISD improve its 1-to-X online services and to help the IT department get out of the firefighting mode and to improve its service level expectations to LISD students, teachers, and parents. I recommend a charter of an IT steering committee with the following major duties: a small governing body with no more than 7 members, with each trustee appointing a single member. The member should have a relevant and meaningful IT experience in service management, support, and/or infrastructure, and fulfill other appropriate requirements. The CTO and her senior staff actively participate in the steering committee and attend all meetings.
Sir.
The steering committee would meet weekly via short conference call to discuss major problems and mitigation strategies. The steering committee would meet monthly in person to discuss all major issues.
Sir, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll
If you
put it
want to
on
send
the,
a copy of that to the board, you can.
It'll be on the Parents for LISD website tonight.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you.
thank you. Moving on to informational items. Dr. Haynes, the LISD Strategic Design.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Dr. Waddell, we have a special group of people to visit with you tonight. Before they begin their presentation, I would like to point out a couple of things. One is this is part of the district's initiative for our campus design teams. Hebron Valley was chosen to visit with you tonight because of their very unique, original, and creative approach to how they're implementing their campus or what their campus design teams are working toward. The second thing I'd like to point out to you that, as you know, since last year, we've had strategic design on our agenda for every month, highlighting initiatives. This is the first group, and I'm very proud of them, but as I was reading the information that they sent forward to be a part of this presentation, this is the only group that has taken in strategic design the goal, but they have interpreted the goal for their campus underneath each of the goals in your letter. And that is the reason when you read the letter, I'm only going to do the first one, but I want everybody in the audience to see what Hebron Valley has done to make this a part of their culture and their lifestyle at Hebron Valley. Goal 1 says, provide all learners with flexible, safe, nurturing, and inclusive learning environments. But this is what Hebron Valley believes. This is how they have internalized this goal. Hebron Valley believes that students need to become active learners to collaborate and to understand the perspective of others. In short, they need to learn how to learn, and they must ask, find problems, investigate, using multiple sources and media, create, engage actively in their learning, discuss, collaborate, and debate, and reflect to do that. This is an absolutely phenomenal example of what our campuses are doing to embrace strategic design. Ms. Adrienne Gall, Principal Gall, will begin the presentation.
All right, good evening, Board. Thank you so much for having us tonight. We feel very honored that Dr. Haynes had asked us to be here to share with you. We are excited to discuss with you and present to you the journey that we have been taking. It is a journey. It's nothing that's concluded. It is a journey to transformation for not just students, but for teachers and the way that teachers learn. We have embraced the strategic design by creating our campus improvement goals around those goals, and we have taken those goals and created what we refer to as vertical design strands. We shared the Google website with you by email earlier. It's too much information to go through in great detail. You want to hear from our teachers because they are the ones who are at the forefront of their learning. What we did with the vertical design strands was made sure that it was aligned with their campus goals, and we took those strands and made sure that they were applicable to learning at the elementary level, and we allowed teachers to join the strand that resonated most with them. not something that they were extremely weak at, but something they already had a strength in, because we often feel at the elementary level sometimes we are just jack of all trades and master of none. We wanted to learn to dig deeper into a certain area that would then impact our teams as grade levels as well, so that we could create the experts amongst ourselves. So I have a wonderful team of campus design members here tonight, but we took it and we went vertically with it so that they would dig deeper into each of those strands that you see in your folder. We've provided some resources in there for you so that you could see the members. Every person on our campus is a part of this effort, paraprofessional, or professional. Everyone is a part of one of these teams. So we're very proud of that. But this is just the beginning. This is an opportunity for our staff members to design their professional learning, and this is up to them to determine what areas we saw we were already really well versed in, and what areas did our campus need in order to offer profound learning experiences for students. Renee Martz is our assistant principal, and she is going to follow up with some of the details of that experience, and then we're going to let our campus design team share with you the efforts that they have made and examples of student learning.
Thank you. Like she said, my name's Renee Martz. I'm the assistant principal at Hebron Valley Elementary. And basically what we really wanted to do was we wanted to be able to walk the walk. If we're asking teachers to differentiate for their students, we should be differentiating for their professional development as well. And so as we're looking at that alignment of our campus improvement plans, we wanted to be able to foster teachers being able to have personal ownership of their goals that we know are aligned to our campus goals as well as to district goals. And so in that whole process, we needed to have some conversations to happen. At the end of last year, we really started to facilitate some conversations about how do we narrow this down. In your handouts, you see that we have those 5 design strands. But those design strand team members are built of they're vertical teams. And so they are not necessarily ones that plan together. So we were tasked with being able to narrow that down to a focus based on data, based on the information, qualitative information from our teachers. Where are we at in this design? Where do we need to go? What do you want as a focus? That way we have information on support that we're putting in place and support that we're providing as their professional development. And as they're able to move forward with that, we were able to foster those conversations to be able to focus them and to provide them with, okay, now we've got to get this to the classroom. How do we get to that classroom involvement with the students? And being able to take, as they're taking ownership of their own learning, how are we able to move that to pull off of the strengths of each person and how they were able to learn to see that impact student learning? And so as you see in your folder, we also have our Hebron Valley Strategic Design Protocol, or our lesson planning protocol. And that's brought from the Schlechte Working on the Work Center, and what we're being able to do to intentionally lesson design, to bring in those design qualities and hit specific areas that they've been diving deeper into in their own professional learning. So the professionals are among us, so I'm going to let them discuss what group that they are on, what vertical design area they're on, and show you some of their artifacts.
Hi, my name is Courtney Fields, and I teach 5th grade.
And my name is Becky Davis, and I teach 4th grade, and we are the technology design facilitators.
Our goal that we've started off with is to focus on Google Apps, docs, forms, sites, and student e-portfolios. We have been working with strategic design coaches to help us learn, but also to incorporate that with our students so that we can be collaborating on these things together. And we hope that this will help us collaborate with our students and our students among each other. Yeah.
And as being a 4th grade teacher, we have the handy iPads. And so not only have the iPads increase student engagement, but it also increases motivation in regards to the fact that they are having more choice and creativity in their end products. Last week in my class, my students were given an assignment to create an array of 36. They were given a worksheet with directions, or they were given the directions verbally and they could do it on their iPad. And if you watch this, there's some more examples. But the students were to create an array of 36 in any way that they would like. If they wanted to do the traditional pen and paper, they could. If they didn't want to and they wanted to do this student used CDs, another student used bow tie pasta, and all sorts of stuff where students were able to create their own things. So they're being more creative, and they're taking ownership of their learning. As teachers, we're using the iPads for both formal and informal assessments. And then we're also tweeting out to parents what we're doing in our classroom. And the kids are super excited because they get to sometimes create the things that are tweeted out, or what they say they learned for that day is what's being tweeted out, and their parents can go and see about the cool things that we're doing in class.
Hi, I'm Laura Zamora, and I'm the Language Acquisition Specialist at Hebron Valley.
And I'm Dawn Coker. I teach pre-K.
And we are the Project-Based Learning and Community Involvement Design Strand facilitators. The Project-Based Learning Community Design Strand focuses on Campus Goal number 1, which talks about flexible learning organizations and how we are supportive and nurturing and have balance as well. And we have such a diverse community, and we embrace our community and their involvement in the different cultures every day by using the resources that they have to create learning experiences for all learners at our school. We are using the Buck Institute Education, BIE website, to collaborate with the teachers in our strand, and we are finding different resources that we can use to either tweak the PBLs that we currently have, create new ones, or maybe not do the ones we have done that didn't work. And so that's helpful, and we're using our resources to put in our Edmodo site that we have created as well that we'll be sharing with our teachers. PBLs have students go through a process of inquiry based on response of a question, a problem, or maybe even a challenge that they have. And so it's helpful for them to carefully plan and manage and assess what they are doing as students, and the teachers are the facilitators as they are learning. And then they produce and assess themselves, and they collaborate with each other and produce authentic assessments and authentic products and presentations.
Another part of our goal is to create a community database of people who in our community are willing to come in and participate in our school. It doesn't necessarily mean coming and standing in front of our classroom and talking about your job, but there's a place for that. But what we mean is coming in and being an audience for the things our kids create and collaborating to make those things better. Before school started, we all got to go see Al in November, and he talked about the importance of having a global audience for the things our kids create. So, it's not just your teacher looking at your essay. It's just not just mom looking at your product when it comes home. It's having somebody real come from the community, see what you've done. It makes that learning that much more relevant and that much more meaningful to the kids. And that's our goal, is our design strand. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrea Spurgeon, and I teach 5th grade. And hi, I'm Jennifer Upchurch. I teach 2nd graders. And we are the facilitators of our team with balanced literacy and social studies. And one of the biggest goals for us is trying to put comprehension toolkit, Kagan strategies, technology, you name it, into reading. And how do we balance all of that and reach our learners who are so different? And we are different teachers, so if I don't know Comprehension Toolkit very well, we need to know who on our campus could help us reach students that could learn better using that strategy. And so one of our biggest goals is just finding ways to do that, and we've brought some products that students have done using strategies from Comprehension Toolkit, using Kagan strategies to talk about them before they come back to do things on their own. But we're also giving them choice in the projects that they choose. They could choose something as big as a balloon ball. They could be using the iPad for creation. They could create a pop-up book. They have lots of choice now because we're able to bring all those ideas together. Another one of our goals with balanced literacy is to make learning meaningful and engaging for all of our students. So what I've brought to share with you today is a blog, an online poster that my 2nd graders created to teach some 1st graders about national holidays. We feel this gives meaning to the students to have an audience for their work. Thank you very much. My name is Kelly Ariola, and I teach kindergarten.
My name is Kelly Stegall, and I teach 5th grade.
And we are the facilitators for the design strand of authentic assessment. And this year, our group wanted to focus on learning more about intentional problem solving. In our classrooms, we are hoping that through the use of authentic assessment that our students will develop a deeper and better understanding of number sense and also be able to use real-world situations to solve problems.
We're encouraging students to discover through a variety of ways that there is more than one way to solve a problem, that you can still come to the same conclusion just depending on how you decide to solve it. We brought some examples, and I would really encourage you to look at there tonight. We really encourage our kids not only to learn to solve the problems, but to come up with the problems on their own. This is an example of a problem of the day, which is something we do every day, and we do these across the grade levels, from pre-K all the way up. And it's a way for kids to create and use things that they're familiar with in their surroundings to help explain to others how they can solve the problem and still come up with the same solution.
Hello, I'm Shauna Kiesling. I teach 4th grade. I'm the design facilitator for Science Inquiry. And our campus goal this year is to forward our professional development, and we want to go a little bit deeper into Science Inquiry. Last year we had the opportunity to do an introductory Science Inquiry professional development. So this year we decided we want to go a little bit deeper. We want to make our lessons more meaningful and make an impact on student learning. We've already seen a big impact on student learning this year. We've already seen lots of engagement and student accountability and higher level thinking. So we're just going to keep trying and working hard and pushing through this year. Thank you. As you can see, we could not script teachers talking about their own learning. It is truly profound learning for them that does transition into profound learning for students. And we're very proud of their efforts. We're at the very beginning stages of what we're doing, but we do see that developing into more and more opportunities that they choose, because that's the important part of professional development, is that teachers also take ownership in the same manner that we want students to take ownership. We're very proud of these ladies. They are typically around little kiddos who are not much taller than their waist, so speaking to adults can be very difficult, and we appreciate you inviting us tonight. We really enjoyed being here. This is the heart of what we do in LISD. If it weren't for teachers like this, we wouldn't have profound student learning, so we really appreciate you wanting to hear from us tonight. Thank you very much. If you have questions, feel free to email any of us and come to our campus and visit. We'd love to have you.
Thank you. That was wonderful.
Madam Chair, with your permission, if you folks can get right up here real quick so we can get a picture of this absolutely phenomenal team. Liz, if you'll take a quick picture. Dr. Waddell, could you join this team?
Just real quick while y'all are lining up, I appreciate y'all being here late tonight because I'm sure y'all got up really early and you still have papers to do when you get home, so thanks.
I do hope everyone appreciates the tremendous amount of work our teachers are doing in this district. This is a sampling from Hebron Valley, but this is happening all over our district, and our teachers are to be applauded for all their hard work, enthusiasm, and dedication to the implementation of engaging learning for all of our kids. So thank you again, Hebron Valley.
Moving on to proposed revision valedictorian and salutatorian criteria. Dr. Rogers?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Kyer. That's a hard act to follow. It's EIC local. Part of the policy deals with how we name valedictorian and salutatorians at our high schools. We had a couple of concerns come to my office after this past most recent year's graduations. You know, when we changed FDB local and allowed the transfers between campuses a little easier, it created a little bit of angst. And so we did some investigation. Actually, Ms. Ladehoff, who was here earlier, gathered data from 42 districts in our area, trying to look and see what what criteria they use for valedictorian and salutatorian. Right now, we currently say that you have to be in our high schools for just your senior year, and then you qualify for valedictorian or salutatorian. When Ms. Ladahoff did the research, 63%, so that's, let's see, that's 19, I think, or 27 of the 42 school districts actually require at least a minimum of 2 years to be valedictorian and salutatorian. So some require more than 2 years. A few, 12%, are like us and require only 1 year. So we are making the recommendation that the board consider revision to EIC local to make it 2 years to be Val or Sal.
Well, thank you, sir. That is that's an informational item. So we're moving on to proposed academic calendar for the 2014-2015 year. Dr. Rogers, you still got this, huh? Haven't passed it off to anybody?
No, and Ms. Vaughn actually stopped by and said she sort of went through withdrawal because she wasn't on the academic calendar committee anymore. This is a month earlier than in the past. My goal is to have the academic calendar adopted by the board by the December board meeting. Normally we do it in January. The earlier, the better for parents, for students, and for staff. We do have a committee of 34 folks from across all of our zones that consist of 6 high school students, 10 parents, 6 teachers, 7 administrators, and 5 district administrators, and it's chaired by me. We've met twice, and the committee came up with 2 calendar options. The calendar options will be posted this Wednesday. We will begin Wednesday, starting October 9th through October 28th, a survey. We want student, parent, and staff input into the 2 options. I will tell you the 2 options are very similar. The only real difference in the options are option B moves October 10th, Professional Development Day, sort of like we have this week where we have Friday as a Professional Development Day and Columbus Day off. Option A has that same option next year. Option B actually moves that day to February 13th instead. And then the other difference is option A has a Professional Development Day in front of Good Friday, and option B moves that Good Friday to later in April. So those are the two differences. Both are good calendars. I will tell you the majority of the calendar committee and the overwhelming majority of the district communities leadership team, which used to be known as our curriculum council, they actually met on it last week. They overwhelmingly favor, as of right now, option A. We'll get a lot of input. Last year, I think we had about 6,000 votes. And so we will certainly report that to you in November. So that's all I have.
Go ahead, ask it. Go ahead, sir.
I just have a question, not really about the details of the calendar, but how do you select members for the calendar committee, and when do you do that? And
first off, a lot of the members are sort of returning, and then we send it out to principals and ask for them to get us anyone that wants to volunteer. We ask them to also find students. Actually, some of the students that participate are part of my district student advisory committee that I meet with every month. So we're certainly open. Anyone that wants to serve on this illustrious committee, you're certainly welcome.
so, okay. All right. That's all I need. Thanks.
So she got a question. Anybody else have a question? No? Okay. Moving on to the resignation incentive, Dr. Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. West is here to share with you some of the details. However, I do want to lay some of the groundwork for our incentive plan this year. In your packet, there are several documents. One, of course, is the letter explaining why we do the incentive. There is a resolution that the board ultimately, if you choose to go this direction, will also adopt, and there is also an Exhibit A and a resignation agreement. So it's quite a packet of information that is up for the board's review and consideration. As just a bit of background of why we offer the incentive to our employees, there are several reasons, one of which is the driving factor of increased costs to run school districts, yet a decline in revenues to support the district's efforts. So in our strategies for the last couple of years, one way to reduce the cost when 83+% of our district budget is personnel cost, we wanted to be able to look at it in a way that honored the work of our employees but did not institute the draconian measure of having to have a reduction in force. We wanted to figure out a way to create more of a balance in terms of our personnel. So that's really one of the major reasons that we've done this, and we've also been able to save money and position the district in a better light in terms of carrying on in the future for our district maintenance and operation budget. So Ms. West is here to provide some information to you in this information session. Ms. West.
Just to follow up on what Dr. Haynes said, the early resignation incentive is really, it's a notification. We had about 600 resignations last year. We had about 133 teachers participate in the resignation incentive. So that's really about a third of the teachers that resigned actually were eligible for the resignation incentive and participated in the resignation incentive, because I have heard the concerns that we're just trying to have the people that are eligible to retire, that this is a retirement incentive, and that is not the goal. It is, most of our staff does remain in our district. If they work past 10 years in our district, they tend to stay in our district until they retire, which is a great thing to have. We have a low turnover rate overall in our district compared to other districts across the state and the nation. We are fortunate that a majority of our staff we're not growing still in our district drastically. We do offer the early notice incentives so that we are aware and principals are aware of what vacancies are going to be there early. That's why we have the resignation incentive in the January-February timeframe. So if we have 600 resignations, then we can fill those resignations quickly with the most highly qualified staff that is out there and looking, and it just provides us the opportunity to know who is considering retirement, resignation, whatever the reason is for the resignation. We get to know early enough to place them, and it also reduces the amount of teachers that are forced transferred to a different campus, because some of our enrollment is shifting to different campuses. We have growth in the east side and in some of the west zone schools. And we're having a shift with our new 9th grade centers. We're going to have about 50 teachers from each high school be shifted to those 9th grade centers. And some of those teachers may not want to go. Maybe we want to know who is eligible to be placed there so we don't transfer them 5 or 6 times throughout the summer. Any questions? I can't read lips. I'm sorry.
This will be on the discussion items next month,
It
correct?
is. Mm-hmm.
This is a 3-monther.
3-month process. We are trying to get it out there early so people can start contemplating and meeting with TRS early if they are contemplating resigning or retiring.
Okay.
But we still have to approve it after
Correct.
we discuss it next month.
It won't be up for approval until December.
Yes.
If, as you review all of the information that has been provided to you, if you have any questions that you would like to have addressed by the next meeting, just send them to me or to Ms. West, and we will make sure those items are covered in the presentation or questions that you may have.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to the discussion items. Financial reports. Dr. Burnett. technology?
User error. You have the August 31st financial reports in your packet. This is an important set of reports because it does reflect our reports through the end of the fiscal year. We would at least like to note that you have in there also at the very end of the financial reports, you have a long list of federal dollars. We've fielded a number of questions about what's going to happen with our federal dollars in light of the gridlock in Washington, D.C. And the best answer that we can give at this point is that in the short term, we're still allowed to draw down some of our federal dollars, and that's still ongoing. But if the situation in Washington lasts for an extended period of time, then we're cautioned that we may not be able to access some of our federal dollars. It will not affect things like E-rate. We do anticipate that it will affect any impact aid payments that we get in lieu of property taxes on federal lands in the district, and we really don't know exactly how it's going to affect our Medicaid and reimbursements. So we've got some uncertainties that we're dealing with on our cash flow in that we just simply bring it to your attention as part of our questions and along with everyone else about what's going to happen with the federal dollars in light of the Washington, D.C. circumstances.
Isn't the federal government still in catch-up mode on their, I forget what the property taxes for like the legal
On the
land
impact
is called,
aid.
but aren't they behind already?
They usually are at least a year behind, sometimes two, but they did try to accelerate some payments last summer. And remember that in those federal payments, we also had to factor in sequester.
Anybody have any questions regarding the financial reports? To taper or not to taper? Made me giggle. See, we read them. We know. We see these things. Yeah. Okay. No questions? Moving on, update on construction projects. Dr. Burnett?
We have Mr. Perry here as well as Irene with PBK. We'll give you an update on our construction. I think Mr. Perry's got some cautiously good news.
Thank you, Dr. Burnett. That was a great lead-in. Cautiously optimistic. If we could start with our aquatic center update, if that's okay. A&P, Adelson and Peterson, our contractor for the aquatic center, continues to communicate with Murtha, our pool manufacturer that's out of Italy. I've got Terry Lorth here with Adelson and Peterson. I'd like for him to come up and talk about the communications that he's had with Murtha and where they're at.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. My name is Terry Lorth. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Adelson and Peterson. Last month I stood here and told you all that you'd have a pool would be delivered to the site October 5th. I'm here to tell you tonight that that's not the case. We've had an increasingly difficult time dealing with the Italian government as well as the people at Murtha. What we're being told now, we've had 5 different dates for this pool. What this team has done on site is our commitment was to be ready for the pool September 1. Our team was ready for that. They could be setting panels in there today if we had that pool. What I was able to get out of them was a couple of bill of ladings, one for the small pool, which is supposed to be on site 10/11, so that'll be this week, so we'll know whether that date comes true or not. We have the shipping container, we have all that information. We also have the large pool that will deliver on site, they're telling us 10/25. So that's the end of October. I think Ms. Latham asked me last month when we'd be ready to turn it over, and I told her in the month of November. I can't say that. I can't stand before you now and tell you that to be the case. The other part that we're waiting on delivery is the bulkheads to make the pool usable, so your coaches can have meets and that sort of thing in there. That's not supposed to deliver till December 5th. And they're rather large. The one bulkhead weighs 17,000 pounds, and the other bulkhead weighs 12,000 pounds. So part of the scenario now is that we're looking at is how big of a hole do we leave in your building to get the bulkheads in the building. So what I can tell you is that on Wednesday I can tell you whether or not we have the small pool. We've gotten the owner of Mirtha Pools, Roberto Coletta, on the phone. The dates keep changing. I'm a little more encouraged now that I finally got a bill of lading on the 2 pools. However, I do not have the bill of lading on the bulkheads, and they're still in production in Italy as we speak.
What measure of repercussion do we have? Have we already written a check? Do we have
No, we
another
haven't.
alternative?
No, we haven't. That money is in essence.
Do we quit listening to their excuses and their dates?
Well, I spent an incredible amount of time on the phone trying to get these dates that I can communicate to you all. We have not, the good news is, we have not written a check. Those monies are in escrow in a bank in Washington State, and they won't be released until the pool's installed.
Well, I have a question. Last month, when you came, you left us the impression that it was being shipped. It was on the water, it was coming across.
Yes, ma'am.
And now you're standing here telling us it's not.
Yes, ma'am.
And I understand you're having issues with that government, whatever, but honestly, that's not our problem.
I understand.
We hired you to build this pool, and we pride ourselves in being on time, and now we're not. And I just don't understand how you could stand in front of us and tell us this pool is being shipped. What'd they do, turn the boat around? I just don't get it.
Let me address that. And I understand your frustration. I'm as frustrated as well. I was delivering you information that I was told directly from Mirtha. I did not have the bill of lading like I do now. And let me reiterate that even with these 2 bill of ladings, I still do not have the bill of lading for the bulkheads.
You may be frustrated, but you don't have to talk to, you don't have
I understand.
52,000 students
I understand.
and parents and taxpayers.
Yes, ma'am.
So what are you doing to make this, I mean, how are you making this work faster? Maybe you need to go to Italy. I don't know.
Mr.
I don't
Chair-
understand why we didn't get a pool from here and not have to worry about all of this, but it's very frustrating for us up here and for our administration.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that.
So back to my original question, do we have any recourse? I mean, if they tell us, if we find out that the pool's not going to be here on October 25th, it's not here, and then they tell us November 25th, what do we do? Do we just keep letting them give us dates? I mean, what are our options, is what I'm asking.
I think, back to what Ms. Duke said, maybe it's a trip to Italy. Maybe it's a trip to Italy, and I don't know what to do other than that with a supplier that's out of the country.
So we don't have any other options. We have to deal with the supplier.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And why is that? Why can't we go to another supplier?
It was the pool that was spec for your facility.
I'm sorry?
It was the pool that was specified for your facility.
Okay.
It's the Mirtha system.
Okay, Michael, Perry, can we change those specifications? I mean, I just don't want us to get into a deal where we're 6 months down the road and we're still waiting on a pool to float across the ocean.
So the direct answer, Mrs. Latham, is yes, of course. We absolutely could change those specifications, but to do so would cost us more time. So at some point, we will weigh what does it cost to go through and redesign our system to go to a more traditional pool, a concrete pool, or another supplier. Right now, through our charrette process and through our design process, what our coaches have told us is this Mirtha pool is the best that's out there. That's what they had at the Olympics. That's the fastest water. That's the best water. That's why we specified that particular pool. At some point, though, we've got to weigh that against, we need a pool.
Right.
So at some point, we've got to stop and go, okay, well, how long is it going to take us to stop, redesign, and start again versus continuing to mess around with Mirtha?
So have we already started having discussions? When is that time? When are we going to say, okay, enough is enough, we're going to go back to the drawing board?
Yeah, what I looked at, based on the information that we've gotten today, was the small pool's coming this week or next?
This week.
What was the date again on the small pool? Tell me again.
December.
11th?
The 11th.
The 11th is what I wrote down. If it doesn't show up on the 11th, then we know that they've again lied to us. And if the large competition pool doesn't show up on the 25th, then again, we know. And I think that's the point that we then say, okay, enough.
Okay. As long as we have a plan to stop the chasing.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yes, sir.
This is the world-class pool, right?
Yes, sir.
All the world-class facilities have a Mirtha pool. I'm a little bit mystified how they could achieve that level despite their engineering qualities if they're that unreliable. My second question is, Michael, you mentioned the coaches and their desire to have this kind of facility. I know we also had parents and students on the charrette. Have you gotten any feedback from them in terms of their current feelings about impatience, not impatience to go swim in it, but impatience to redesign it?
Dr. Waddell, I've talked with a couple of the coaches, and they continue to say this is the best pool. And if it costs us a little bit of time, they would rather have the best pool. There are opportunities to go back and redesign to a more traditional pool, but I think that's going to end up costing us more time at this point. This was used in the Olympics. Terry, you might elaborate on what you found out about what happened at the Olympics and getting those pools from Mirtha. We reached out on our own to Mirtha and said, what's the story? And they've told us through channels is, whoops, we took on too much and we just couldn't get it out in time. How frustrating is that? You want to go over there and just wring somebody's neck, to be very blunt about it. For them to give us that kind of attitude of, we'll get it to you when we get it to you, it makes you want to go over there and literally wring somebody's neck. However, we're this far invested in them, I'm of the opinion that we give them this month of October, and if it doesn't happen then, as Terry has said, we're still holding their money. And you would think that would encourage people. It doesn't seem to encourage them. We're holding their money, a large sum of money, as a matter of fact. So the good news is we've got their money. The bad news is we don't have a pool yet. So as my opinion is we give them, to meet these dates, the warm-up pool is coming the 11th, and then the 25th for the big pool. So if that doesn't happen, Terry will be back here in November, obviously, to give you another update as we go forward.
Is it possible, Michael, that we start the process of thinking what is our plan B? Because he's going to find out October 25th, and then if we wait till the next board meeting in November, then that just puts us, 2-3 more weeks behind? Maybe if we just start brainstorming and putting some ideas together before, then if the worst happens and we have to go with a plan B, we're already trucking down that road.
Absolutely.
I hate to think of us having to go to a plan B, but maybe you could communicate with, and talk to some of the coaches just to reiterate and ask them tell them about what's going on, and so we can hear what that group, how they feel about it. Because I would be afraid a plan B, even though this is bad, would be even worse. And we'd be 6 to 8 months down the road, and that costs us more in facilities and everything else.
That's my fear as well, Mrs. Duke. I don't want this to stretch out to where it's springtime and now we're back talking about when we're going to get in a pool.
And Ms. Duke, we will have a conversation with the coaches, either Coach Mays or myself. I will reiterate it. Our kids and our coaches are still they still have a place to practice like they have, so it's not that they're without. It's just they were certainly hoping to be in the new facility sooner than later.
What will the time frame be if everything comes when it's supposed to now?
What we're shooting for, Ms. Cryer, is to get this pool open by the time you guys go on Christmas break. So that would give us the Christmas break time to do punch list and get all that stuff taken care of as well.
Okay.
One of the things that I wanted to say when discussing with Mirtha as well is the Olympic facility that they built in Omaha for the time trials. They said we had to get that pool in 7 days. We built that pool in 7 days. I said, well, we need to do that here. A&P, myself, we're doing everything on our end. Incredibly frustrated that I told you something last month. I'm not accustomed to doing that. I'm hoping I don't have to come back here next month with some other news, but we should have some reassuring news the middle of the week or on the smaller pool or a direction that we need to start taking. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So moving on to our ninth grade campuses, you heard from George Ponticus back last month, and he stood in front of you and made his commitment to the district to get these things done in time. As Dr. Burnett said, we are cautiously optimistic. We have opened Flower Mound Sports. That is all of our tennis courts, our restrooms, our concession buildings that are there, baseball and softball batting cages, and the fields. We still have punch list work to do. There's been some other items that we're going to address. There are things that we need to go in and take care of that go through a normal process with construction. I was there for the first day when the middle school kids came that first morning, and I can tell you how excited the parents were to see the tennis facility and excited that their kids were on that facility. It's nice to be there after going through a lengthy process to actually see those kids excited about getting on there and doing it. Coaches are excited, and I know they're using the facility. Good news at Marcus as well. We've had our first slab pour on the arena, so there's actually concrete on the ground. That's good. It's tough to play basketball in the dirt. So we're moving forward with that. Steel is on site and preparing to go up at Marcus. Flower Mound is following closely behind. I don't want to take all of the thunder. We have the Vice President, Mel Rasmussen. We have both project managers for Flower Mound, Shane Williams, and the project manager for Marcus, Bobby Perret. All three of those are here tonight. I'm confident they would be glad to answer any questions that the board may have. But again, they have provided that milestone schedule that we talked about last month, and we're watching that very closely and watching them hit and make those dates. So they'll be glad to stand in front of you tonight and answer any questions that you might have.
You have the COs on the facilities from the town?
Yes, sir, we have the COs from the town.
And are we still busing any students?
We're only busing students. We've got some punch list items and some drainage items on the baseball field. If the coach chooses to go off-site to Marcus to play baseball, to take fielding, for example, he may continue to do that, Dr. Burnett. But as for batting cages and pitching facilities, he has full access of those at Flower Mound.
What about the infamous sidewalk on the south side of Peters Colony? How are we doing on that?
So, thank you, Mrs. Latham, for the opportunity to address that. We addressed the sidewalk that ran north and south there and fixed the intersection there the last time we spoke. We are working closely with our contractor on the sidewalk that runs east and west. They've staked that today. They will start demolition tomorrow. We believe we were able to work out how to get around all of those utilities. We do not want to be moving utilities just for a sidewalk for the town of Flower Mound. I'll just leave it at that. So we would expect to have that completed in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And that's from the entrance of Flower Mound to the corner. There's more sidewalk that would have to be done, but I think that's the one we're getting most of the emails and calls on.
Mr. Perry, have you heard anything from the town about an additional crosswalk? 'Cause I remember last May when I was in front of the Planning and Zoning, one of the commissioners mentioned and requested that they add another crosswalk.
Mrs. Vaughn, I have not heard anything about that. I remember that same
Yeah.
conversation when I stood in front of council and P&Z. They brought that up, the need that they were going to research and look into that. We can reach back out to the town and see where they're at with that.
I'm happy to call them also if you
That would be
like.
great.
Okay.
Thank you for your help.
Now, the towns would be responsible for putting in the crosswalk, right? Okay, I was making sure.
I think they should, Mrs. Latham.
It was the town commissioner that actually requested it. Councilman, planning and zoning person.
Yeah, that would, but the city would put the crosswalk.
I know, I'm just wondering if they have mentioned it.
LISD does.
I don't think we should, Mrs. Latham. I can't guarantee that they're not going to come back and look at us.
You never know.
Yes, Mrs. Kyer, you never know.
I don't think LISD does that.
Okay. Anybody have any further questions? Thank you kindly, sir.
I got one more if you'd like.
One more.
I saved the best for last. This Lewisville High School auditorium. If you've seen in our construction report, there's chairs actually in the auditorium. Project is on time, no excuses.
Yeah, shades over the tennis, at the shades over the bleachers at the different tennis courts. Do we have a date on those?
Ms. Latham, I do not have a date on that. That's being handled. That's the tennis shades through facilities. I'm not sure where we were at with that.
We issued a PO on that. Mr. Williams, do you have an update on our tennis shades for Harmon and the Colony and Hebron?
Before that hot December sun comes in. Thank you.
We're not getting the shades from foreign country, are we?
I hear Spain has some lovely ones.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Perry.
Oops,
Yes,
wait a
sir.
Tell us about the value engineering at Kamey.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniels. As we know, Kamey, we've had price escalations. We've had just a series of things go on with our bids. We're seeing across the industry. So Kamey came in a little higher than it was needed to be. We're taking the opportunity to sit with our contractor and go through every opportunity that we can do what we call value engineering, which is take out, maybe we change one manufacturer of flooring for another and there's a cost savings there, while not taking away from the quality of the facility or taking away what we're teaching with our students. With follow-up meetings this week as well as next, we would expect to bring that back to you in the November board, still in time for a December opening of next year.
And how much are you hoping to pull out through the value engineering?
I'd like to pull out somewhere between $2.5 and $3 million, Mr. McDaniels.
My question is, why aren't we doing this on every project prior to going to bid?
Well, we have done it on every project. I did it on the ninth grade centers. We're doing it on Kamey. Everything that's bid recently, we have sat down and done that extensively. We're taking the lessons we've learned on Kamey and we're applying that to Griffin as we go forward. So hopefully we don't have to do that post-bid. We can do it pre-bid.
Okay. What about the designs? The designs that we've started implementing are very circular in nature. A lot of curved walls, much more expensive than the 90-degree angles such as we've built at Lewisville High School. Why have we done that and taken on that extra costs?
Quite frankly, Mr. McDaniel, we've changed architects. The new architects feels like that's more of a pleasing design. In addition, as we go through our charrette and our design process, the committee members that are involved with that, the last time we designed, they said that it had more pizzazz to it. There was a whole different feeling for the way that it was designed, the flow of the space. So some of that's a change in our architects and the feeling that is a better use of our space, and more of that is with our design teams and our committees. I can tell you, though, that the curvature, we call it curved, it's really segmented. We don't really build anything that's on a curve. There is segmentation in the walls. It may be small, and it may be something that the eye may not be able to pick up, but we don't order curved brick, we don't order curved glass or anything like that.
I want to add that the budget for these that was established before we started working on these are still well below that budget.
I understand. My concern is just with the cost of building and where we can save those dollars, put on other projects, and whether it's segmented or I understand that, but the fact of the matter is it's still considerably more expensive to build a segmented wall than it is to build a linear wall.
Absolutely, Mr. McDaniels. Absolutely.
Any other questions for Mr. Perry? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to our last discussion item, that's the District Improvement Plan 2013-2014. Dr. Riddell.
Thank you, Madam President, board members, Dr. Waddell. We are presenting to you the Lewisville ISD 2013-2014 District Improvement Plan. What we have done this year is completely renovate it to make it transform so that we could take our strategic design and build it into the district improvement plan. As you know, with strategic design, we look at curriculum, engagement, and assessment as the PowerPoints for us. And we know that when we work well with curriculum, engagement, and assessment, that our students really achieve profound learning. And so that is our goal in this district improvement plan. The district improvement plan is mandated by the state of Texas. I sent you some information that was probably riveting about what Texas Education Code requires. It must be developed, evaluated, and revised annually. It guides district actions and aligns with the campus improvement plans because we want them to work cohesively. It does emphasize the strategic design, and it maintains compliance both with federal and with state mandates. A lot of this district improvement plan is done because it is a mandate for us. And so our challenge in learning and teaching and with our friends from across the district was to bring a compliance item into a strategic design intent. There are several components. You'll notice the committee members. You'll notice also that our committee members include the district and community leadership team that Dr. Rogers talked about earlier. They have seen this once, and then they will come back in November and see it again. So we also included our strategic design. We have a comprehensive needs assessment, which shows you both our successes and areas that we want to be sure that we improve. Then you see the full district improvement plan, where you see the action, who's responsible, and how we will measure it. And then we have the federal compliance mandates that must be part of this document.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Anybody have any questions?
So can you tell me, and maybe this is just detail you probably have to get back to me on, do we have where we have the district summary statistics? Do we include anywhere whether that's increased from last year or decreased? I mean, do we have, and like on that, and when we talk about the students we serve, like we talk about English language learners, our gifted and talented, and special education, do we have trend lines? I mean, how are these numbers, what are they doing year to year?
We do. They're not in this document, and we would be happy to present those for you.
Okay. So is all this information, do we have a document that shows kind of the longitudinal data so we know, we have our areas of weakness, from 2012, 2013, here's where we were, here's where we are this year, and here, does that make sense? Or we're showing this is where we were last year, here's how we've improved this year. If we didn't meet that goal, do we have something that shows us what we're doing to
We have 2012 information, and we have 2013 information.
Okay.
And that's all we have so far, because the test is only 2 years old. And so for longitudinal data, we don't...
It's a new test.
Yes. So
Right.
it's a shortitudinal and longitudinal.
Okay, but moving forward, then we would have that data so we can compare it year to year?
Absolutely.
So this district improvement plan is not just to meet a requirement from the state and the federal government. It's actually a plan that not me, that LISD is implementing.
Yes.
Okay, and so can you give us some insight to the lady that spoke in open session about I'm going to call it group learning, project-based learning, because there are concerns about, you put a group together, one student studied really hard and did their homework, and then you've got the other one that did nothing, and I call it mooching off their grade. How do we avoid that from happening? And how do we make sure that the student does have that internal desire to be the very best they can be?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked. We are going to roll out a series of professional learnings for principals and for teachers because it is fabulous when it works well, and it is not fabulous when it does not work well. And so certainly I understand the concern. We want to make sure that our people have depth and complexity in how to create and sustain learning in a way that makes children want to learn more than we actually ask of them. And it's a great question. And it is something that we are all working to be sure that it happens in a great way for children.
So we're rolling out that training this year, and then we'll implement
Yes.
it next year.
We'll be working with folks, yes, this year. Some folks may come to the training and may want to do it right away. I don't think I'm going to say, no, please don't.
I just was making sure that we were pointing out we weren't necessarily putting the horse behind the cart.
I don't think we're saying either that there's just one way to do something. So that's one way to teach. It's not the only way to teach. So it's a great way to teach, but we're not saying that's the only way that things should be taught.
I have one question or statement in regards to the improvement plan on the drug prevention. It comes up a lot in our community. We know that there's issues all the times with our kids and drugs, and we're doing more. And is what we're doing enough in this plan? Are we baby stepping to do more every year? Because we're going to be asked that, and we want to help safeguard our kids. I mean, I understand that drug prevention has to start in the home, but I'd just like a little bit of clarification on that. And one comment on our Journey to Dream program. I am extremely excited we're getting that into all our middle schools, because I think that will make, personally, I think that will make a huge impact with drug prevention in our district. So.
Well, I remember one educator saying, schools don't have drugs, people bring drugs into schools. So that it, of course, is an overriding issue that we want to make sure that we address more stringently every year. And so we are bringing things like the Journey program in. If there are things that you know of that we have not thought of, we would love for you to visit with us about them, because we want to look into it. We want to make this the safest place we can possibly be, and to, it's the ideal, but we want to be drug-free.
Ms. Duke, I might add, Ms. Ladderhoff has worked the last 2 years with our counselors and with administrators to try to increase the types of activities and training and that occur in schools before PAWS and those kind of programs that she's worked to implement. It was really sort of a hit or miss thing, as far as some campuses did a long list of things, some campuses did a very few. What we've tried to do is standardize and say, you must at least do these things, and then that's where the list has come from. So we have tried to standardize that every school must do some things, and then a lot of them, of course, do various additional items. But we'll continue to always look in how we can improve that.
Any other questions for Dr. Riddell? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Moving on to our action items. Consider nominations to the Denton Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. I need a motion.
I move to consider the nominations to the Denton Central Appraisal District Board of Directors.
I have a motion. I need a second. Second, Ms. Duke. Motion was Ms. Sheffield.
For the nominations,
And go to discussion. Ms. Latham.
Sorry. No, I wanted to know who our nominations were. I did not see that in my packet. I read it a couple times. I'm missing it.
Is it just to keep the current board members?
It's to keep the current board
Which
members.
is Charles Stafford, he's the chair, John Mahalik?
Mahalik.
Mahalik, I always say his name wrong. Vice Chair, Tom Washington, Secretary, C.G. Macklin, Linda Monaco, and Michelle French, who's the ex officio.
Now, isn't Tom Washington running for, I think, like a Justice of the Peace position?
Yeah, you can serve as an elected official and show, just like Charles Stafford is an ISD. That's one of the things you can do on this, is, which I think is kind of hanky, but, well.
2 years ago, the board, this board nominated Tom Washington and John Mahalik.
Yes.
And you have enough votes to elect 2 people outright, and you might even have enough to elect 3 people outright.
You could nominate someone else if you chose to. These people are open, and they're wanting to run again.
I was just wondering if we had any other submissions.
No, it's not. Not a lot of people jump up for this because it's unique. Because sometimes you're going to meet during the day, and sometimes you meet at night. So it's kind of, you have to have the type of occupation that you can actually do that. So that's in itself is different. And people that are currently that we appointed, Mr. Mahalik and Mr. Washington, they've voiced they want to stay on the board. So. We haven't had any issues with the job they're performing for the district in that position, unless somebody else has felt the need. So, and nobody else has jumped up and waving their hand saying, "I want to do it, I want to do it," which actually these 2 people did last time. So, that said, does anybody have any that want to? I have no one. So, anybody here want to show your own board? Yeah. Okay, so anybody else have any other comments? Ready to vote? All in favor? That is unanimous.
I'm sorry.
We have
Who are your nominees?
Yeah, we have to nominate, sorry. Just the nominees would be the current ones.
Well, and since we got that out of order, I would like to go on the record that I do have some concerns about Mr. Washington serving on that board as a representative or as a nominee from the Lewisville Independent School District, based on his public comments that are very negative towards public education. So I just wanted to voice my concern right there.
Would you like to take it? Okay.
Well, we didn't have anyone else, submit their name, but I had that concern when he was first nominated by
Tom Ferguson.
Tom Ferguson, my other roommate.
It's 2 years.
But I just wanted to bring it up again. So if there is someone else that's interested in this position, put your name out.
Well, right now we have to by October 15th is our deadline.
You can, Dr. Burnett, if I'm not mistaken, they can nominate all these or none of them. Is that not correct?
That's accurate.
Okay.
Or they can have additional nominees or new people. It's completely at the discretion of the board, which is why staff makes no recommendation.
So does that mean we're just nominating them, but they might not be?
The nomination process, the appraisal district receives nomination from their taxing entities, which includes all the cities and school districts and all the other entities in Denton County. And then they will prepare a ballot, and then the ballot will be sent out to the districts, and you will be considering that as an action item either in November or December. And there are 5,000 votes, and Lewisville ISD has 1,400 and change. And if you don't have if you just a plurality will elect an official to the and it could be that you have to have around 800 of the votes, but they've been elected with a lot less. So that's why I say you've got enough votes to elect 2 people outright. You may have enough votes to elect 3.
If you don't nominate anyone here, then it's going to be left up to the other taxing entities to do the nominations. You can throw your votes when the election time comes behind whoever you want, but we do have more votes than anybody else. People that you nominate are probably going to win, but if you don't nominate anyone, it's going to be left up to the other entities to do it. When it comes time to voting, then you can throw your votes behind whoever you want to throw them behind.
Okay, so do we need to go back and, what was the motion?
We can vote on the motion, and we can just, it can fail.
Okay, can I, okay, let's vote on that motion.
Okay, so that the
Because there is someone that, in the audience that just threw their name in the hat.
Okay. Well, we could do
I can
either
amend the
one.
motion? Yeah, we need to amend it.
You could do either one. You can amend the motion, or we could vote on the motion, whichever.
Okay,
you-
then, Ms. Cryer, I would like to amend the motion that we need someone to read the motion.
No, we didn't nominate anybody for, so you can say you amend the motion with the nomination, yes, with the nomination, and you can substitute that person and Ms. Mihalik, because that's who we nominated before, so if you want to keep Mihalik and not Mr. Washington, if that's the motion you want to make, just substitute the name.
Yes. So I would like to amend the motion that we, the LASD Board of Trustees, would nominate Mr. Tom Mihalik and Ms. Connie Smith.
Okay, so I have an amendment to, I need a second? This is just to discuss it. Okay, so motion, Ms. Latham, second, Ms. Duke. Ms. Latham, you want to speak to your motion, and who is Ms. Smith?
Ms. Connie Smith is a local Flower Mound resident that attends all of our school board meetings of late. She was also involved in our strategic design. She's also a parent. She's involved, I believe, in PTA, and did I miss anything else? But she supports LASD and public education.
And do you understand what, no, you really, I don't think you really can come up and speak, but no, you're not really supposed to, because it's...
Just nod your head. You understand what this is. Realtor.
Oh, there you go. Sorry. All right, so we have a motion, I have an amendment to the motion. We can vote on the amendment. Does anybody have any discussion? I'm sorry, Ms. Sheffield.
Well, I mean, my concern with this, first off, is, we're just, I feel like we're just doing it off the top of our head. There's been no thought behind it, and I would agree with you if there's concerns about a member, but I wish we had had those discussions prior to, like, now. And so then my other thing is, I mean, this comes up every year, correct? We have to make every 2 years. Are there things that we can do as, to publicize the fact that we are going to be accepting nominations and to outline what those responsibilities are, that maybe we would have candidates
it's true,
be interested in it. I don't know. I
understand what you're saying. And
For next year, we should.
well, next 2 years. It's every 2 years. So no, it's okay. I just want to make sure that.
Can I ask a little clarification? Was it Ms. Duke that made the original motion? Who made the original motion? You did? Okay. And were you thinking the whole slate that was here? So generally an amendment means you're adding on to what the original motion was. So is that what we're going to be voting on here in a minute? That Ms. Stevens? To Ms. Smith, I apologize. To the slate we already had. Is that the understanding here?
Well,
in other words, it's the people that are listed in here that are current board directors plus Connie.
No, that would be wrong. That's why I suggested we just voted it down. Why don't we just vote everything down, and then we can just start clear again, please, just like I said. Okay, all in favor of the amendment? Nobody's in favor of the amendment? Anybody all against? Okay. Yes? No, well, the amendment failed, but I still had to say the against. And now we're going to the original motion. All in favor of the original motion? Please say, raise your hand. Okay, all of those opposed? Thank you. Okay. Now, we're just starting over again. It's all a lesson learned for everybody. I need a motion regarding the Denton Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. We need to have some nominations. So, anybody? Oh, Ms. Latham, would you like to make a motion?
It's my mess up. So I would like to make the motion that we would nominate the current board, or the current...
Pick two people.
LASD is going to nominate John Mihalik and Connie Smith for the Denton County Appraisal Board.
Okay. We want to put all our votes towards that.
Did I?
You're not
Yes.
voting right now.
We're not voting now.
No, I'm just
but
saying,
those
no,
are our
I mean,
two
those are,
nominations
yes, those are our two
for-
nominations. So I have I have a motion. We are going to get a second before we discuss this any further. We have a motion made by Ms. Latham. I need a second, please. Second, Ms.
Mike said.
Mike, thank you.
Okay,
Motion
but
and
I just
seconded.
want to clarify, just so everybody, I mean, we're not, what Dr. Burnett was saying, we can nominate 50 people.
You can nominate up to 5.
Okay, well, 5. Take the 0 off. But we vote later. So
Right.
if we find out more information or whatever, and I know Dr. Waddell said the 2 people that we know.
Then we
So,
don't have to vote for.
Okay. All right, so these are the two people we want to nominate. Yes. Does anybody have any amendments to this motion? You want to add somebody else? We can do up to 5. Anybody have any ideas? No? Seeing no other discussion needed, all in favor of those 2 nominations, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, we have Ms. Latham, Ms. Kyer, Mr. McDaniel, Ms. Duke, and Ms. Vaughn for, and Ms. Sheffield against. Okay. Moving on. I need a motion to consider approval of bond sale parameters. Anybody?
I'll make the, Ms. Kyer, I make the motion to approve the bond sale.
Okay, I have a motion. Ms. Latham, I need a second. Ms. Duke? Dr. Burnett, any information, please, sir?
You have the backup information in your packet, but we also have Mr. John Martin of Southwest Securities, who will elaborate on the sale process.
Thank you, Dr. Burnett. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. John Martin with Southwest Securities with me tonight. It's my partner, Joey Durker, and Chris Settle with McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton, who has a handful of documents for Ms. Sheffield and Ms. Kyer to sign, as usual, after the meeting, should you all decide to move forward.
Excuse me just a minute, John. The McCall Parkhurst serves as the legal counsel for our bonds and renders an opinion about whether or not they are tax exempt, in which we are presenting these for sale in the market as tax exempt bonds. Thank you.
Thanks. As it says in your package in the action item write-up that Dr. Burnett did, we're looking to go to market around October 23rd. The reason we're not as specific this time around in terms of exactly when we're going is goes back to some of the things that you all were talking about earlier in the financial market. Somebody said to taper or not to taper, and that's a lot of what's going on. We have the government shutdown. We have the debt ceiling coming up, and you know, there's just lots of things going on. The stock market was off 136 points today, but the bond market was ho-hum and didn't do anything. So it's very volatile right now, and so we really, when we do a competitive bid sale, we set a date and time specific with a specific set of maturities to bid on. If that day is bad, then we have to go and re-advertise again. With a negotiated sale, we have the ability to work around and hit a time when we feel like if there's a window open that we can go jump through it. So in a volatile market, and when we do refundings and things like that that are real interest rate and structure sensitive, that's why we do them, is negotiated sale, where we have a prearranged situation with underwriting firms and financial institutions, a team of 5 or 6 firms that will assist us in selling the bonds off to the public. So we anticipate that we would be ready to go. We'll have our conversations later this week with Standard & Poor's and Fitch, and by the time we get our documents finished up and the legal documents in place and the rating in place, we feel like that we'll be ready around October 23rd to go to market. The parameters are set forward that we won't move forward unless if the issue is going to be any more than $75 million, so if it has a final maturity, we're not going to extend the final maturity beyond 2030, and the true interest cost or average rate of interest is what you all are used to, cannot exceed 4.5%, which is right in line with where your average rate is on all your bonds right now. So we would anticipate in the preliminary numbers we've run that this keeps us well within the promise to the voters and that was made back in 2008 in terms of the tax rate, INS tax rate max, and we hope to better that by at least half a penny. So anything else I can add to all that?
John, I have a question. I don't quite understand why we would go to a negotiated sale from a bid and then put on a price of 4.5%. It's kind of like telling whoever we're going to negotiate with that this is what we're looking for.
No, sir, not at all. This is a max, and this is what you're doing tonight in these parameters is you are approving a bond order subject to a pricing certificate. The pricing's nothing is firm. This is just a maximum amount. It's a not to exceed amount. So let me be very clear. We've sold bonds on 5 or 6 different occasions this very method, and it's worked very well. We will not accept any sort of offering if it's not on the market and it's not in the market. We know where that is because there's other bonds offered every day, whether they're Texas PSF bonds or other bonds we can index from. We'll know where that is. So we've got to set, the 4.5% is simply we have to set a max, Mr. McDaniel, and so that's where it is. We hope to be below that, certainly.
But how do we choose who we negotiate with? And with a public number of 4.5%, why would they not be pushing towards that while we're trying to drive the other direction?
Would not recommend to Dr. Waddell or Dr. Burnett that they would sign it if they just came in with a bid of 4.5% and they just said that's a deal. Am I missing the question?
Maybe so. We're putting out a public information piece. And by doing this tonight, it is public that we're looking at 4.5% as the max.
Okay.
And so, not only that, but who do we negotiate with? Do we choose who we go to negotiate with, or do they come to us? And is not
no. The offering document sets forth there's 5 firms in this particular offering: Raymond James, BOSC Inc., Robert Baird, RBC Capital Markets, and Wells Fargo Securities. That's your underwriting team.
If I can at least add some observations. We used a negotiation method when we did our refunding last February, and we used bond parameters on that as well, how much we were going to refund, what the interest rate was going to be. We put together a team of underwriters, and they are not advisors to the district. They are buyers of the bonds. And when we get to the marketplace, one of the reasons we like the negotiated in this set of circumstances is because of all of the uncertainties that are out there. We don't know what's going to happen with the debt ceiling, and we certainly don't know what's going to happen with all the other things going on in Washington, so it creates a lot of uncertainty in the marketplace. By going with a team of buyers, if you will, then we have the option of pricing it on that Wednesday, or we have the option of waiting if we want to see if things happen that we can't predict or we don't like the trend. So that gives you just simply the options of us being able to say, well, we're going to go forward with the deal or we're not. So I understand what you're saying about it, but with bonds, that's really, we did when we did the refunding, we had a similar out there, and we were about, if I'm not mistaken, we were about 75 to 100 basis points below what we said.
That's right.
So
If
the
I could add to all that, these 5 firms are in competition with one another to get orders to sell bonds. So it's not like the deal is just 4.5%. These guys don't make any money. They make zero unless they get the orders. So the only way they're going to get the orders is to provide the lowest bid. Does that make sense? Does that help a little bit?
Right, the 4.5% is really telling them you can't sell them.
You're directing
This
Dr.
or more.
Waddell and Dr. Burnett that you will absolutely not take anything that's above 4.5%. Don't even sign the document. What you're saying here, if you got to set a cap according to law, by state law, you've got to set a cap, and we would like for it to be reasonable, and we felt like that's a reasonable number to fix. That's certainly not the rate. It's not the published rate that we're taking on these bonds by any stretch.
They're 15-year bonds then? 10 years?
17.
17. They got to 2030.
Okay, because I wanted to ask that the cap of 4.5 be reduced, because today's rate for a 30-year bond was only 4.21%, and it's even less for a 15-year bond. That was in the 3s. So why do we have such a big ceiling? Which was the same question I asked when we did our refi. I wanted that window shrunk. Can we knock that down to 4.25, please?
You can do whatever you want, Ms. Latham. That's fine, 4.25%. But understand, if it's not there, we have no deal. If the market keeps
But I'm not being unreasonable, am I?
I don't know that you're being unreasonable today, but by the
Because the
time
high rate today
by the
is
time
4.21.
October 23rd, that's why we're doing a negotiated sale, is because of the uncertainty between now and October 23rd.
We believe that a lot of the monies that are in the equity markets will be flowing to the bond market. We think there's going to be a trend to that. We think that Texas Permanent School Fund, PSF guaranteed AAA bonds will be very attractive in the marketplace. We think with Lewisville ISD bonds will be very attractive in the marketplace, and will command as high a rate or as good a rate as there is in the marketplace. But there's still enormous amount of uncertainty, especially if the debt ceiling issue remains unresolved.
If you sold these bonds today, they would be between 4% and 4.1% today. That's what the true interest cost would be today. So we're just trying to give us some wiggle room there over the next few weeks before we go to market.
In this, where we have the ability to take advantage of the market if it's at a good place, but we're saying we need money to continue our projects, and that we're willing to go to 4.5% to get that money. We believe it'll be less than that, but we are saying here that to get the money we need to continue with our projects, we're willing to pay up to that amount. And if it exceeds that, because the market's exceeded that, then it's a no-go, and we come back to the board and say, here's what happened with the markets, so we want to know what you want to do from this point forward.
And this parameter is good, Chris, for 6 months? 6 months. Yeah. So, we can go back to the board and say, the market slipped away from us. If we set it at 4.25%, for example, the best we could do is 4.35. So we kind of come back to the board for action, or we can sit and wait.
Right, I understand how it works. I just think that's a big ceiling, but I'm only one person on the board.
But what it comes down to is are we willing to delay projects that, we're wanting to get started on now, and for who knows what percentage rate. And so I think that's what it boils down to. And by giving them a lower threshold, it might provide the opportunity for the bonds to go up, and we in turn have to sit back and delay projects for
I
however
don't
long.
think that's going to be the
Mr. McDaniel, if they come with a 4.5% rate and the market is 4.05 or 4.10, I can tell you all my competitors will be in front of you the next day telling you how you got a bad deal. Isn't that right, Dr. Burnett?
So that's 17-year bond, which most districts take out 25-year bonds. So that in itself is, in the history that we have, we're extremely healthy, and our traditionally we get the lowest rates, and we're very, very marketable because of where we stand in the market. And from what I understand from previous bond sales, we have an average. Lower than the 17-year payoff.
The average life on all the debt of LISD right now, the average maturity is 8.85 years. That's it.
Okay,
so you pay off your bonds. I mean, you guys are working to get out of debt as best you can. The average rate also on all the debt that you have outstanding is 4.31%. So you've got short debt, you got a short average life at very good rates.
Isn't the trend of a lot of districts in Texas now to go out 30 years or more?
Absolutely.
So what happened?
You've done a great. That's why you have a AA+ rating. That's a big part of it, and your finances and management have contributed to that. But that is a key component there, is you're actually paying down debt every year, and you don't have a bunch of capital appreciation bonds.
Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Martin? No? Oh. Okay, so we have a motion, Ms. Latham, and a second, Ms. Duke, to approve the bond sale parameters. Do we need to read anything to this? No, okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you, sir. Moving on to, I need a motion to consider approval of Class I waiver request to TEA. Motion, Ms. Duke. Second, Ms. Vaughn. Anybody have any questions for Dr. Haynes?
We do need to add one additional waiver at Southridge for first grade
Okay.
to make the total 63.
All right.
One of the schools has 6 waivers for first grade. Is that correct?
6 classes, they have 6 classes, and all of them have 23 in those classes. At 24, when there's 24 in 3 or more classes, then they're eligible for another teacher. And that campus, I believe the principal may have elected to not pursue an additional teacher. Maybe not room.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. West? Nope. Seeing none, I have some. No, it was added in. It was added in. Yeah, she was just pointing it out. That's all.
I do have one more question, Ms. West. It looks like, the 40% of them are in first grade. We've got 24. Is there some demographic reasoning behind that?
There's a staffing model that we brought to the board 2 years ago, 2 years ago. And in the staffing model, in order to be most financially beneficial for a new position in a grade level, when you have 24 in 3 or more classes, it makes it so that you don't have small student classes that are, you don't go from 23 to 10 by adding another teacher. And there's no demographics areas that have more or less.
I think he was probably wondering if there's suddenly influx from a private school or something. Is that what you meant? Because because kindergarten we understand, but first grade.
Last year we had about 87 waivers. Okay. At the end of the year.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is unanimous. I need a motion to consider approval of SRO interlocal agreement.
Motion to approve, accept.
I have a motion, Ms. Latham. I need a second. Mr. McDaniel. Dr. Rogers? Oops.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Guyer, Board. First off, I want to apologize for this action item did not go through the normal 3-month process, and let me explain to you why. If you remember last month, Mr. Garrett, our Director of Safety and Security, came to you and talked about what he was doing as far as looking at the overall safety, doing an audit of the district. He and I had several conversations, he offices next to me, regarding our SRO program, which he is looking and doing an overview of. One of the things that has always bothered me is that we pay half of our SRO salary, and yet we have no input into who is selected for the school. We have no input into their evaluation and so on. So because the Colony, we're adding an SRO that the city of the Colony just approved, for Lakeview and Griffin, we felt that the SRO interlocal agreement should be rewritten. This would be the first time that we would roll it out to a municipality, and that we would then use this interlocal agreement for future dealings as far as SROs for other cities.
Okay, since this, does anybody have any discussions or questions since this is the first time it's been brought before the board? No? Okay. Ready for the vote? All in favor? That is unanimous. Moving on to the consent items. I believe, Ms. Duke, you have one. Which one do you need to pull, ma'am?
I need to pull item K3G4 to be voted on separately, please.
I was going to ask if we could just vote on all of them separately. 'Cause that's
Excuse me? You can ask questions if you want, but she needs to pull it because of business issues. She's got a conflict. She wants to pull...
Catering and meal services.
Okay. Okay, so I need a motion to... Okay.
I'd like to pull some also. I'd like to pull out 3F, 3G1, and 7. Temporary bleachers?
Yeah.
3H7, yes.
Okay. So I need a motion to approve the consent. Anybody else before I do this? Okay. I need a motion to approve the consent items with the removal of, ready? K3F, K3, just say all of G, G1 and 4, and then H7. I need a motion, please. Motion, Ms. Latham. Second, Ms. Vaughn. Okay, so we'll vote on those consent now, and then we'll talk about the other ones. All in favor?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hold on,
No,
hold on.
wait a minute. Okay. Well, forget if anybody had any discussion. Anybody have any questions on anything?
Yes, on 3A, consider approval TASB Board Policy Update 97. I didn't really see an update.
It was on the last two board meetings.
Oh, so we're just approving that. Okay. Phew.
Please don't make us go through that again.
Please don't.
No, we talked about it for 2 months. So, and now we just put it on the business portion.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I just have a question.
It's okay.
Yeah,
She's good.
I'd like to pull H1, just have a question.
Well, you can have a question.
Yeah, we can't pull it now because we've already.
That's right.
We already voted. We already voted.
Bless
No, it's
you.
okay, just ask your question.
So my question about that, the stage and theater repair, it's increasing. Is that because we're expecting to do something out of the ordinary with our stages and theaters?
No, ma'am, not specifically. I think we brought to the board an estimate of what we would spend at about $18,000. We've spent 14, a little over 14. We're concerned with this season beginning. If there is a significant repair that needs to be made, we don't have approval to respond to it. So we're asking for an increase just in case something happens.
And can I ask you, on the sound systems at our theaters, are they on some kind of a rotating basis for replacement? Because I think Flower Mound and Hebron both have really crummy sound systems.
I cannot answer that specifically. I would think it's part of the facilities assessment report. If it's not, I believe it will be very quickly.
Okay, thanks. I was just curious.
Well, they're 15 years old.
I
Well, no,
have
actually
one.
15 because auditoriums were built afterwards, but they're approximately 15 years
Well,
old.
you know, the thing is all of our schools put on these fabulous productions. They're used by choir, they're used by orchestra, band concerts with the middle schools and the high schools, and it's just so frustrating to go in there, and they have these great theater productions, and you go in there and like, you know, it's just disappointing. You know, we have these great schools and great facilities, and then we have those kind of glitches. So.
You are correct. I think we've had a great learning curve on the use of our auditoriums, how extensively they're used, and it's an area we've struggled with a little bit and working to correct it. So.
Ms. Latham?
Yes, I do have two questions, quick. On the investment policy CDA, could someone explain to me about increasing the ownership percentage of state and local debt issues from 20% to 35%?
We have, under your present policy, we have our portfolio percentage can only include so much municipal debt, and we're, based on our discussions with our policy advisors, we're recommending that we extend that portfolio up to as high as 35%, which gives us the option to investing in basically other municipal and governmental entities.
Now. Okay, thank you.
It's a free-for-all. Anybody else have any questions?
Yes, I do have another question. I have a question on the Pizza Hut item, which is H5. In the backup material that we got, it says a recommendation is expected to be made in either March or April. This is October. I was wondering if it was supposed to be in the consent agenda items or no.
No, ma'am. What we're going to do, Ms. Latham, is this is to renew the current agreement we have with Pizza Hut. I think from Aramark's recommendation, they would like to go out and possibly view a new bid, possibly look at other options besides just Pizza Hut. I know that there's other vendors that have expressed an interest. This just keeps us on our current renewal period.
So this is just a renewal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I guess I missed that on here. Thank you. I'm done.
Let Papa John's or somebody come on in.
Right, but the backup is
Yep. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Any other further questions? Seeing none? All in favor? It is unanimous. Okay. Now, let's go on to take these.
Be cool, but I can't vote.
I know, I haven't, let me get there. We have a number of ones that we have to do individually now, ma'am.
I apologize.
It's okay, we're gonna go and,
Well, no, I got to take his.
okay.
Okay.
Mr. McDaniel, would you like to make a motion?
No, but I'm being prompted, so I move we approve consent items 3F, 3G1, and 3H7.
You really want to second that? Just out of curiosity, Ms. Duke, because if he does that, we're voting on the one that... You left that one out? Cool, thank you. Okay, look at that. See, you guys are ahead of me. Yeah, we'll make note of that. Okay, so I have a motion. Mr. McDaniel, I need a second. Ms. Duke seconded. Thank you very much. Mr. McDaniel, would you like to speak to your motion?
First, the sanitary easement, somebody explain why we're doing that. Is it something that's going to benefit us? What is the background on that?
Mr. McDaniel, the property to the north of Coyote Ridge is in for development, and the city has requested ability to hook up to existing sewer that is to the south, and they just asked for a sewer easement across the front of our property, 15 foot. It really doesn't benefit us per se, but it's a reasonable request. Our attorneys looked at it, and it's just a pretty standard point.
Is that the easement agreement that we made when we traded out some land?
No, sir. No, sir. It's just to facilitate development to the north of across the street from Coyote Ridge.
Does the city already have a sanitary sewer easement on that property?
They don't have a sanitary sewer easement across our property, but they do to the south, and as part of the plat property to the north, they will have that too. I believe it's correct.
Yes. Well, actually, Mr. McDaniel, that's his motion, so you want to speak to any of the other questions that you had?
Did you have something on that topic? No. Okay. Explain the deli sandwich franchise a little bit more in detail.
Yes, sir, Mr. McDaniel. In speaking with, I know Gina from Aramark is here as well. Gina, you might come up. But it was asked, I think, some of the feedback that they're getting from the students and the staff and principals that looking at new options. And Gina, you might talk about that.
Sure, thank you. We continue to see trends with our students. They very much want choice in the schools, and one of the trends that we're seeing is they want to see more national brands as part of their school lunch program. Rather than opting to maybe look at leaving the national school lunch program, as some other districts have done, we are choosing to add value to our program by bringing a franchise, in deli franchise, to LASD. We believe that our option that we're presenting, Subway, is a great choice. Subway is a partner of the K-12 market and have been for a number of years. And they also have the American Heart Association seal, so they're a healthy option for students. So in addition to choice and a national brand that's recognized, we're offering students a healthy option.
Will that be in all campuses, and how will that be run on a campus basis?
Sure. All of our campuses will have trained sandwich artists as part of the program. And we also plan to implement in the 5, I've been to Connecticut to the sandwich artist manager training.
Wow.
Yeah.
Make sure you put that on.
It's on my resume.
They should be on your badge.
Yeah. But we plan to implement at the 5 high schools, initially the senior highs, and then assess their viability in our 9th grade campuses moving forward.
So they have like a Vanco Italian sub or something like that. So it's just
I have 2 quick questions. One, will the students who are on subsidized lunch programs be able to use their little lunch cards to get a sandwich?
Subway is not part of the National School Lunch Program, but we will continue to offer multiple lines that are part of the subsidy program. Although those students can choose to spend money a la carte if they would like to buy a sandwich.
That's why they have the subsidized lunch card. But anyhow, just wanted to ask that question. And also, where does the money go that we stand to profit from these sandwich lines? Because it was a pretty good number, and we already seem to have a flux in the food and nutrition budget. So I just wanted to know where do those profits go?
Continues to go into the Child Nutrition Fund, which we again funnel back into programming for the district
Some examples upcoming, we plan to be able to, and Dr. Burnett can extend more on this, but we plan to be able to fund the equipment purchases in the new and upcoming schools.
They will be contributing to the rebuild of Camey, the rebuild of Griffin, the ninth grade centers, as well as they contribute to the custodial costs and utility costs of the district's operations.
So we'll be providing the manpower, the goods, we'll be providing nearly everything. Why are we going to a national brand just instead of putting on our own sub sandwiches in ourselves?
Well, we can certainly provide that sub-sandwich option, but what students want in the high schools is a brand. They're looking towards a national and recognized brand. Pizza Huts have done very well for us, and we believe that Subway will add to that portfolio and provide the healthful option for the students as well.
And we're providing a royalty back to, is it a discounted royalty or is it the normal 7%? Or?
It actually, it's a 10% royalty. That is competitive with the market. That's all, and Craig can also speak to that, but that's an all-inclusive royalty, and they did waive the initial site fee. Typically, there's a $7,000 to $10,000 site fee for each location.
Are we also being forced to provide 2% for their advertising, their marketing, like most franchises?
Yes, that's the 10% all-inclusive.
So it's 7 and 3, 8 and 2?
I think it's 8 and 2.
Okay.
Yes, it's 8 and 2.
Okay, and your last one?
Well, I'm just trying to wrap my head around why we want it for a national brand. We want to pay 10%. That means we have to charge the students more in order to make that up. Do you know for the signage? I'm a little lost there.
We wouldn't be charging the students more than any other sandwich franchise, Subway or whatnot. Yes, it would be more expensive than we have a proprietary brand called Green Street Deli, and it would be different than that, but again, it aligns with the students' desire to have brands in their high schools. I believe that we run a financially healthy child nutrition program, and this will continue to add value to our program and will not hurt the program in any way. And will then give students who maybe want that as a choice gain their participation in our lunch program.
You want to talk about bleachers?
Yes. Can you talk about bleachers?
No, I cannot, but I'll turn that over to Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, this question will go to Mr. Mays. I had the opportunity to sit down with Mr. Mays several years ago and explain why we went away from the separate venues such as Texas Stadium and other places and moved those games to home. And I'd just like for you to expound on that, why we've done that, the financial benefit that we've received from it, and all the benefits from doing this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDaniel. We didn't really want to get away from the venue that we had with Texas Stadium for almost a decade, but when the Cowboys moved to Arlington, they will not do a one-game high school venue. In other words, one Axe game or one Mound game or one Trinity versus LD Bell game. So when they went away from that, we went to Fouts Field, and the expense, although they are advertising the new stadium to us now, but when we went to Fouts Field, we spent a little over $30,000 in rent. When we went to SMU, it was a little more affordable, and SMU worked very hard to get the price down below $30,000, but we spent about $28,000. Now, we did okay, but not like in the days of Texas Stadium, where Mr. Hardy, anywhere from $15,000 to $18,500 was what we paid Texas Stadium. and still cleared anywhere from $22,000 to $35,000. So with the traffic jam at Fouts, people not wanting to go to SMU just because of the inconvenience, we decided to bring the games back home in 2011. Goldsmith Stadium seats 8,684 bodies that the city, that's the number of people you can get in the stands that the city approves. Neil Wilson Stadium, in November, the mound, it seats 9,000. So with the game at Goldsmith in 10 days, Goldsmith seats 8,684. We've gone to, and this was collaboration with Mr. Rogers 2 years ago, when we thought it might behoove us to move the band, the drill team, to the floor and put 620 bleachers on the north and south end of the stadium and give us those seats. If we did not do that, we would have 7,484 seats to sell for the Battle of the Axe, which means the visitor, which Marcus would only have 3,196 seats to sell, and LHS would only have 3,818. As it is right now, the pre-sale through season tickets, we've already covered the cost of the bleachers for both games with season ticket sales, because season ticket sales for the Axe are $14,938, and for the Mound are $23,058, and that's before we start selling RIP tickets or online general admission. We came home for financial reasons, and we came home, I'll be honest, Mr. McDaniel, the atmosphere is pretty neat. Now, the principals and assistant principals would differ with that opinion, but the atmosphere is pretty neat.
Last year was good.
Yeah. But didn't you tell me there was like a $35,000 swing in what we were able to take in from the proceeds?
Yeah, because we weren't paying it, we did not pay SMU $28,000. We did not pay Fouts Field $35,000.
That's not including the transportation, getting the kids there.
That's, no, ma'am.
Yeah.
We're putting money in the bank on this deal.
Yes, ma'am.
I like the idea of them being on campus anyways. I like being at home. I feel safer with the kids not having to travel down to SMU. I mean, that was a bugger. It was a bugger getting down there, especially the time it started, but I like it being there. I have a watch too. I'm sorry. But moving on, we have a motion, and we have discussed every item, Mr. McDaniel, on your list. So we have a motion, Mr. McDaniel, and a second, Ms. Duke. All in favor? That is unanimous. And moving on to Ms. Duke for, is that everything? Yeah, 3G4. Okay, I need a motion for 3G4.
So moved.
Motion, Ms. Latham. Second, Ms. Sheffield.
Yes, I have a question.
And Ms. Latham, would you like to speak to your motion?
I just have a quick question. So why do we have to have a list of restaurants for our campuses and our administrators to pick from for catering? Number one, why can't they just use Aramark? Or number two, why can't you just give them a set amount for catering and that's it?
The short answer is they can use Aramark. This gives some options to use, and what we found is that our expenditure history was that this amount was exceeding the amount that we're required by law to bid, even though it's done incrementally and it's done piecemeal throughout the district. When you take it in aggregate, it's an item that we should be bidding, and so we've bid it. We've tried to make it as least onerous as possible to the companies that do business with us and that have done business with us. So, and it's also a revolving kind of process by which a new restaurant or a restaurant that didn't get on the list that inquires can be, when they go through the vetting process, they can be added to the list.
So we can't just say Campus A, you can have X amount of dollars for catering and leave it at that?
Well, that's sort of what we do, because they do have their monies, and they do have their either their activity fund monies, or they have their site-based monies that they can use for certain meals, but we don't try to, we haven't in the past had preferred vendors, and that's what we have now.
So these are preferred vendors, but not absolute only?
No, so they have a choice.
Got it.
In other words, it's very similar if you go to a convention center and they tell you that here, if you if you're going, you have these 5 or 6 companies that you can choose from.
Anybody else have any questions? I think being able to use local businesses and the schools is, I think that's part of just being part of a good community person, good community leader. As much as I love Airmark, and they do a lovely job, sometimes they just, we just like to share the love. Sometimes I want something. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? That is Ms. Latham, Ms. Sheffield, Ms. Kyer, Mr. McDaniel, Ms. Vaughn in favor, and Ms. Duke abstaining. Okay, we have to move into closed session. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So all you that want to stay around for the little discussion at the end of the closed session, hey, more power to you. I don't think the Red Sox are playing tonight, so y'all have a lovely evening. Are they?
I did. Quit putting anything on the consent agenda, crap.
Every person who has an iPad device in the world, it's a global issue. So any iPad that is upgraded to an iOS 7 that has security proxies, depending on how it's configured, is having this issue. It has, our issue is this, specifically, is that we provide security outside, filtering outside us to walls. So like Coppell, and I'm not throwing them under the bus, I'm just saying like Coppell, Irving, they have something similar than what we have, and they don't provide filtering services outside of school. So when their students take their iPads home, they have no filtering. We didn't feel that was responsible. We felt like that, if we're going to do this, we need to all parents are home with their kids, are technology savvy, especially families. Needs to provide an iPad financially on their own. They may not have that tech savviness to put filters in place. Great. We've never had that issue. It's not an issue because, right. But what if parents put additional, what we did find out is parents who are putting additional parental controls, like hand doing it on their iPad, iOS 7 is not wiping that out. It's only wiping out what the district configured as far as the filtering. So, and we also know that we as a district can monitor. Okay, so like there's a process that parents can go add additional parameters. They could add additional parameters. So if they feel like they want to, not have anything regarding the Civil War on their kid's iPad, they can proxy. And, the word Civil War in any search engine. iOS 7 is not wiping that manual parental process. They can go by fixing by setting that parental controls. Right? We can't fix anything else outside that until Apple has fixed the problem. We do have a monitoring system in place where the district can look at like kids who are using an inappropriate size, we get flags, like if there is inappropriate material or proxies have been wiped. If we know if the kid went in and wiped his device off our safety proxies, we get a red flag alert. Correct. So we can, or even at home, if they've wiped their device out and they go to school and they've wiped it off, it sends us a flag, this device has been wiped. So we can contact the school and say, Joe Blow isn't connecting because his device is wiped and we need to check that out. And we can see if he's purposefully done it. And then we can take the iPad away or whatever we see appropriate. Well, part of the iOS 7 bug is those reports are inaccurate. Because, for instance, like last week, we got a report that Lakeland Elementary had 15 devices where their proxies weren't working. So we went to the campus, pulled those 15 iPads, and it was inaccurate. It was showing that all the proxies were there, but the report was showing that it wasn't. Well, what we did is when the iOS 7 upgrade happened, I'll have to look at the exact date because I don't know, but it's like mid-September. We knew there was iOS 7, but we were having technical issues besides that because what happened was, this is our technical issue at that time, was that when iOS 7 went live, the day before, Google Apps were not working. What happened was Google Apps updated all their apps in anticipation of the iOS 7 release. So we were dealing with why these things weren't working, and then we realized, Google informed us 2 days later that they were preparing for iOS 7, so it wasn't working on an iOS 6 platform. Well then, during September 28th, 30th, and 7th, which I think was a Friday, we received word that
Professor Permetti.
this was wiping devices. But we did. Well, the Google app was right when we downloaded
Joey,
the
there's
iOS
another chair
7
over here if you want to
stuff.
sit down.
Then I'm looking at my calendar because I know when I first got word. Okay, September 27th was when our office was notified that there may be an issue with our filtering proxies, and it may be with iOS 7. So what we were doing, and we didn't know, at that time we thought only a few devices may be impacted because nothing was showing us that the reporting system was false. So Monday morning, on September 30th, we sent out a press release saying that, hey, parents can check these controls.
Here are your pricing lists.
We posted it on our website, we posted it on our campus website, and we Facebooked and tweeted it. And then we sent all that information to our principals, so they could also assist in communication.
Chuck will fill in.
So that happened September 30th. And
Or
what we
either
said
come out here.
was that here's what we can do. There's an indication that iOS 7 upgrade may be wiping out this proxy outside of LSD facilities. It wasn't until today that Apple confirmed that it was the iOS 7 update and that they couldn't tell us.
Signature pages here.
They couldn't tell us how many iPads this was going to affect because this is now a global problem. Last week, we recognized that the monitoring part of our system wasn't working. So then today, what we did is we didn't want to put anything out until we met with Apple to get more information. So we met with Apple today at 1 o'clock.
Your lady sure did good.
Actually, 1:30.
You need that signed
So
by
by
them?
this afternoon, they share it was a global issue. Their goal is to
That was stuck in there.
this bug by the end of October.
It's been an accident.
And that with that, our
I
monitoring
need to sign
services should
pricing
be back
also.
to normal. So then what we did is we basically took this press release that we wrote on September 30th 30th, and basically, instead of saying this may be wiping devices, we basically said we received word from Apple that this is the reason why the devices aren't working. That here's some parental controls you can do. This is Apple is on site in the district working on
You need to get the Paul guys trained.
and that
Just saying.
we also want to reiterate that we were one of the very other districts don't have it.
Oh, okay.
And it's not just local, it's throughout the nation. We're in a very national.
But I know, I think I'm going to carry that. How are you? Good.
I
You get everything you need.
Do you know how many iPads we've distributed so far?
I got a little too used to it.
Do you have that number?
Well, we like the
You talking about to the students?
Yes.
We purchased 19,300 to be distributed to the students.
Separate little folder.
Well, we're almost finished. We're distributing.
I don't know
some
whether all
additional
those, have been distributed yet, but that's how many we've purchased for distribution.
We have some campuses left in the central zone that need to be distributed, but pretty much all the
good
other
job.
zones are going to leave. So
Thank you.
it's
Y'all
just-
find out where that Merthyr Pool is. Go to Italy. Send Chris over there. Let him
Because
work on
like
his
I said, we
Italian.
went to a campus last week with the
You know what my
reports, and they weren't
Italian is?
effective.
That's in my suitcase.
So what we have done is shared
Like the
all,
old guy
shared
said,
all of our
he had the
technology
twin,
with
he
our
had twins,
campus and
he had
technology
twins. He
specialists
named
on
one
our
of them
campuses.
Denise and
That
one
if
of them the
any
nephew.
parent or student thinks that the devices are working, that they need to put those parental controls on there and do that.
It's
and
late.
everybody-
Yeah, it's late. Y'all can do a lot better. Len knows a lot better.
We ought to get the tax lawyer over at McCall, Stefano, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a
Italian guy
step-by-step
that-
process. When you click on that link,
Get his
there's
brother named Vito.
screenshots of exactly how a parent can go in and set those parameters up.
It is now 10:25. Come back out of closed session. I need a motion, please.
Madam President, I make a motion that we uphold the Level 2 administration decision.
I have a motion, Ms. Duke. I need a second. Second, Ms. Latham. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That is unanimous, and we are adjourned. It is 10:26. Thank you all. Have a good night. Careful driving home.